morning. 9 o'clock straight up. Welcome to the July workshop agenda with the Indian Wells Water District. For those of you dialing in, hopefully you can hear us. Let's see. How about Mr. Parker lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent job, Tim. You passed the test. Lauren, will you do roll call, please? Present.
President Kaczynski.
Present.
Director Griffin.
Present.
Director Ratora.
Present.
Director St. Amant.
Present.
Thank you.
That being said, I must inform you that I am an employee of the federal government. However, that being said, any opinion I might express today is mine and mine alone. It does not necessarily reflect that of my employer or for the rest of the board of directors for that matter. Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, would you lead the conflict of interest declarations, please? And you might pass David.
The posting of the agenda. Do you want me to do that?
Posting of the agenda, yeah.
The agenda for today's special board meeting workshop was posted on Thursday, July 20th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. And conflict of interest?
President Boyd.
None.
Vice President Kaczynski.
None.
Director Griffin.
None.
Director Ratora.
None.
Director St. Amant.
Bearing in mind my previous statement, I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you.
I want to hear it again.
Yeah, I wanted to hear it again, too.
Did you?
He
All right.
does such a good job of it. Okay, public questions and comments. Let's see, this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda today. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments, items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is being brought forward for consideration by the board. When you are recognized by the chairperson, please state your name and address for the record. Do we have any public questions from the audience? Could you pass the first one through that's on the phone, Chris? Okay, this is going to be a quick meeting. Oh, I jinxed it.
There it is. Yep.
Are we taking any bets on who this is? Can you hear me now?
Would you like to make a comment? Comment, sorry, let me pass.
Okay, caller. Caller, go ahead.
Yes. Hi, this is Renee West of Lusk.
Good morning.
Just wanted to mention, I just have a question regarding today's workshop as far as will it give a long-term view on the finances of the water district in some ways regarding how this transmission line repair is going to impact the whole plan for the 5-year plan? Any projections like that?
No, it's not currently on the agenda, Renee. We would normally talk about the transmission line typically in a board meeting, which will be coming up in August. But no, currently the agenda doesn't show those topics listed.
Because it does have about the $3 million appropriations to help repair. I assume that million was that $3 million was going to go to repairing the transmission line.
So that's a specific action that Senator Shannon Grove took
Right.
to put in
Right.
the budget. California budget. Yeah, we will be speaking about that specifically. That discussion is a little bit more about what we're going to do with that money, given that it's it's not sufficient to cover the entire cost of that pipeline.
Right. So are they going to give any discussion as to how to finance the rest of the pipeline if that federal grant doesn't come through?
Probably not this morning.
Oh, okay. All right. And then I don't know if it got corrected. My second comment is the agenda had Wednesday, July 25th at the top of the meeting on the front
Okay,
page.
yeah, thanks, Renee. I guess we're going to have to come back tomorrow, guys.
Yeah. I just wanted a typo, but I don't know if it got corrected before the meeting.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, but we had several of us looking at this as we were getting ready for the meeting, and none of us caught that, so
Okay.
thanks, Renee.
Okay, bye.
Okay, this board workshop, this meeting is a planned session for the Indian Wells Water District Board of Directors and Water District staff to discuss, consider, and prioritize present and/or future operations projects for the year, which may include, not be limited to, matters related to finances, management, and these items listed below. The intent of this meeting is to set forth a plan and a schedule to keep us all on track. The goal is to have agreed-upon projects assigned by the appropriate committees with an assigned chairperson. We'll talk with item number A, workshop issues, goals, and priorities. And Vice President Kaczynski asked that we put the Santa Grove appropriation on the agenda, and I will ask him to lead the discussion.
Thank you. I believe at the last board meeting, when this was announced, that we started talking about potential uses for it. At that time, I said, can we just take the time to let finance and engineering look at it and see if they can come back with some recommendations and where it might be utilized the best. And they may not have any at this time, and I would assume anything that they have would be subject to potential change. So, and that's where I'm going to leave it. I don't know whether you guys have looked at it and come with some ideas. I certainly appreciate your input.
So a little bit of a history on this, that when we were looking at repairs or replacement for that section of pipeline, the only estimate we had at the time was from WECA that did the original replacement. And that was was it $4.8 million? But it wasn't, the scope was different than the scope of the project currently. We did some rough estimating and came up with a budgetary figure of $7 million, which we publicized, I'll say. Senator Grove got wind of it through local contacts. I'll say Stu Witt and Scott O'Neill in particular, lobbied on behalf of the Water District to get $7 million put into the governor's budget as a line item. Senator Grove was unable to get the $7 million, but she was able to get $3.5 million. But a half a million of that was dedicated to the museum. So $3 million was appropriated for the Water District in that line item, specifically for water reliability, if you will, and initially for the pipeline repairs. As you know, we've put in an application, thanks to John Kersey letting us know about the Defense Communities Infrastructure Pilot Program. That is upwards of $17 million. So if that does come through, the project should be totally funded. And the $3 million that's in the governor's line item in the governor's budget could be used for another project. We've talked about it internally, and one of the capital projects we have is that Springer line replacement. And I believe it's $3.4 million, something like that. So these funds would go a long way towards allowing us to continue with that project as well. And again, if the DCIP comes through and we can use this $3 million toward the Springer line, there's a little impact on our capital improvement project, capital improvement plan. So we are awaiting the results of the DCIP. The $3 million is supposed to be available in October, November, and it'll be available through the Department of Water Resources, my understanding. It's appropriated through AB 102, and at some point in time, DWR will reach out to the district looking for a project scope and a schedule. There's no requirement for matching funds at all, so it's a straight $3 million. So that's staff's recommendation, is that should that DCIP money come through to fully fund the Northwest Transmission Line project, that we would use that $3 million towards the Springer line.
So the obvious question is, if the DCIP funding doesn't come through, this would be focused on the pipeline, and we'd have to come up with a plan for the delta of, 14 million, 13 million?
It could be. There has been some discussion, again, I get the conversation secondhand, but the possibility of, if the DCIP doesn't come through, and I think I've mentioned this to John, or hopefully it's not a surprise, but of the close to $4 billion that was appropriated for repairs from the 2019 earthquakes, perhaps some of that money could be used for the pipeline repair projects. You got $4 billion, and we would, possibly get money through that, that money that's already appropriated. I don't know to what level those discussions have gone. I know Dave Janis has been involved in that discussion, along with Scott O'Neill.
How about the royalty funds that come to the base here? Is that a
Maybe
potential?
royalties?
Yeah.
That's a John may be able to comment on that, but that is at the
Wouldn't be enough. It still would not cover it. Even if
But I mean, if we get to the point where we're looking for bits and pieces to fill the,
it depends on what's already in the queue. I don't know.
and I believe that the J's been asked to come up with some projects at their next meeting, and I assume that the commander has only so long to get that information in. Do you know that date when it's all due from him to? Because,
I'd have to get with Commander Turner, and he is currently on it.
and I guess the big question then would be, when do we expect to hear about the DCIP funds?
Early August.
Oh, cool. So we're not far away, a couple, 3 weeks. That sort of falls in line for what we need to do then, doesn't it, Don, in terms of if we know in a couple, 3 weeks, then we know how to proceed? Okay.
I'm not sure of the accuracy, but I was told, and again, it may not be the right number, but in that Navy Coastal Royalty Fund, there's something like $23 million available. Does that sound right? No?
That we get maybe $3 million for that. That's anyway, so that's why I'm saying it will not cover what you need.
Okay.
Wouldn't even come close.
Other comments, questions?
I just want to say that I think it's a great idea to, if the funding comes through, that the bottleneck on the Springer pipeline would be a great choice, so I could do that. But I also want to thank Stu and Scott for their help in approaching Shannon and getting this through, so.
Indeed,
And thank you to our state senator, Shannon Groves.
absolutely.
Right. I haven't read the actual wording in the budget. Could you give that or make that available to the board so that we all know what is really been funded? I read in the newspaper, I'm not sure which one, that it was for water reliability.
Right.
And if that's the case, then in my mind, that doesn't limit it to capital expenditures necessarily. And, we've been looking for alternative water for a long time, and we've been talking about it. And we talked some more about it, and then we sat back and maybe talked about it a little bit more, but we haven't done anything. If the wording in the budget, the state budget, would allow for exploration of water of any kind, my feeling is we ought to consider that as an alternative to the Springer. Right now, obviously, one of our major problems is how do we make up the difference between the water we need and the water that we think is going to be available after we have the adjudication. And so my feeling that the alternative water sources ought to be a major priority. Not that I have anything against the Springer line. Obviously, we have to do that, but we know we have to do it, and we will do it. But this might also be a real good opportunity to look at some alternative water sources.
I think that's a couple of good points there, Stan. And one of those is we need to make sure that we use the money in accordance with what the senator had expected us to use the money in. So that when they did the press release on that, some of those words were mine and some of those were not. I think Jessica Weston contacted Tracy on Shannon's staff to get additional words, which when you read those specifically mention the water line repair on Inyakern Road. So what's in the bill versus what's coming out of the press release from Shannon's office and what was in the paper are all kind of mired a little bit. So I agree with you. We need to find out specifically what our restrictions are on using that money and make sure we.
What's in the
adhere to
state
those.
budget?
It's in the state budget. Yeah.
We'll probably have to find that out from DWR because I believe when that was approved, I'm pretty sure I sent an email to the board copying and pasting the line item specifically from the budget, which all it said was for water reliability. There was no
Okay.
specifics or details of what that entailed. So I don't know that there is any more information. That's all I was able to find. But I'm sure, when we get contacted by DWR, we can find out if there's some restrictions on that or what they.
Well, what that also implies, there may be some flexibility. And if that's the case, then we should be working with DWR, making sure that DWR knows what our real needs are.
I understand what you're saying, Stan, but I just want to make the comment, also understanding how our system works, we really need to get that situation fixed, and we would have to wait for the money to come in to get that line fixed. And if we can get that fixed with a lump sum, it will drastically improve our system to where our water reliability comes up a lot if we can get rid of that bottleneck situation. So it's important.
I thought it was in our budget.
It is, but when will we get funded? It's not going to be funded in the next 3 months through our budget, and it will be funded in the next 3 months if we use that money from the state through DWR. We could start that project in the next 4 to 6 months.
In theory, the budget is funded. I mean, I don't know exactly what the details are, but if you can look at the cash flow showed that we could fund that.
I think the point that he's trying to make is it's better to get it done as soon as possible rather than to wait the number of months or years it would take to get it through the funding process.
And if there's, because we don't spend 3 million, we plan for capital, and we get this quicker, that other 3 million now becomes available for things. But I think at this particular point, this is all conjecture. It's all conjecture until we know about the
Right.
DCIP funds.
Right.
So, I mean, we can talk all day back and forth, but I think we're gonna have this same discussion once we know the answer. Once, in a couple, 3 weeks, and once we know that answer, then we're gonna be sitting down to say, what's the best recommendation to proceed?
Yeah, and I do agree with you, by the way, but I also want to make sure we don't forget about alternative water sources, because, again, we got to stop talking about it, we got to start actually doing something.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay. Did we receive a phone call, Chris, while we were in the middle? Okay. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Renee Westelusk. I just have 2 questions and then a comment. What is the Springer project, if someone could explain that? And then if you could repeat what John Kersey said about the COSO funds. You can't hear it live streaming, people that are talking from the audience area. And then, will there be another meeting as soon as you find out if you're going to get the DCIP funds and then proceed from there, I guess?
Okay.
Plans
Let me try to
repair
talk.
the line.
Let me try to start at the end of your list there.
Okay.
We have a board meeting coming up. What date is that? 14th. there's a chance that we may get word on the DCIP funds before that board meeting, so we would definitely have that topic for discussion. We may choose to have a special board meeting to spend more time on that if the regular board meeting isn't sufficient. We have Mr. Kersey at the podium and can speak into the microphone and address your question.
In regards to the COSA funds, Renee, right now, we just got the request to start putting together proposals. Of course, the Groundwater Authority is looking at submitting. The Navy has also got a long list of projects looking to use those similar funds. And where 23 million came from, I do not know. It is our amount annually, which it is expended annually, is significantly less than 23 million. On average, it might be 3, high side 4 million, but there's a lot of competition right now for those funds. And it would not be sufficient to cover the Northwest Transmission Line project, even if it were to receive it in its entirety. It'd be the same situation as the 3 million you're getting from the state currently.
I think the 23 was a cumulative.
There is no accumulation.
No, I mean, over time, that the royalty fund's been paid for, may have contributed 23 million.
Yeah, but I'm just making it clear, there's no
There's no
escrow account
It's
built.
not in the bank.
No.
Understand. Did that? Oh, a Springer line, and we'll ask the general manager to speak to that one, please.
The Springer Line project eliminates a bottleneck in the system, Renee, that makes us operate more efficiently, getting water where we need to. It's a 24-inch. Turn the mic on.
The Springer line is currently 16-inch. We're upgrading it to 24-inch.
24-inch, yeah.
It's been in the budget and planned for quite some time, Renee, so it's not a new project, but it is critical. And you know where Springer Street is? Kind of over the base of College Heights?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that answer your questions?
Yes, just basically to eliminate a bottleneck for movement of water. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions on this topic?
We'll go on to Senate Bill Senate Bill 606 and Senate Bill 1668. I think our expert on this is Mr. Zadiva.
Oh, my
So
gosh.
we'll put you in the spotlight again, Don.
Yeah, this item just won't go away.
Won't go away.
As you know, as I've reported, SB 606 and AB 1668, where the targets in that legislation have been amended since then by SB 1157, which changes the targets to 55, 47, and ultimately 42 gallons per capita per day by 2035. So as I keep reporting, AQUA, Association of California Water Agencies, has 3 working groups that are dedicated to contributing comments, reviewing any information that comes from the state, and they've been very active, although they had put out a schedule starting the week of June 12th for 3 working groups. One is a commercial, institutional, and industrial working group. The other is the outdoor working group, and the other is methodologies and variances. So each one of those working groups had been scheduled to meet weekly beginning the week of June 12th. Every meeting, including this week, has been canceled because they have not received any new information from the state. So there's not a lot to report, but I did want to share something. As you're aware, we contracted with Eagle Aerial, the company that was contracted by the state to look at outdoor landscaping throughout the state and come up with residential targets. I don't think I've shared this with you before. Let me pass it out. I'll get them a copy. Here's another one, John. I don't know that this will give you total peace of mind, but, because, as I said, the information keeps changing. But based on the information that they had at the time, if you look at the lower right-hand corner, we are on track to meet the residential objective. I have to say, at the time that this was done, and you might recall I mentioned that there was a proposal to have a buffer for each agency of 20% of your irrigable but not irrigated landscaping. The state board since then has decided not to allow that 20% buffer. So as you go through this, on the back side, there is a consideration for with that 20% and without. But according to the data that was available back in March in their projection, it looks like the water district is okay. But as you can see, as you go through this, this report only looks at residential, indoor and outdoor, doesn't look at commercial, institutional, or industrial. But I thought I'd share this to try and give you maybe some level of comfort that we should be okay. But again, it's ever changing. It's a dynamic situation. So whether or not this is going to stay accurate, I can't say at this time.
So we're okay now? And then looks like, what, 2030, we start to become less okay? And so am I reading this correctly, that, you know, we don't need to make corrections today to meet the guidelines, but we might in
It's quite possible.
5 years.
This just goes so far as to assure us that for the first reporting period, we should be okay.
Okay.
Things are going to obviously change. There's going to be new data as far as our consumption and that sort of thing. But I just thought this might be useful to the board to look at and see that based on the information that we had back in March. Again, it's ever changing, but we seem to be on target for meeting the requirement.
What's ETF? I'm sort of confused on that one. Is that estimated something or ETF?
Oh, the ETF, evapotranspiration factor.
Okay. I wasn't sure in this case how it was being used. Thank you.
And then on the backside, some other abbreviations. There's if you look at that pie chart,
Okay.
DIM is dedicated irrigation meter,
Okay.
and MUM is a mixed use meter.
Did you put this together, Don? Or did
No, this came from Eagle Aerial.
That's not too bad.
You can see the upper left-hand side, the water view, that's the program that we have.
I'm going to make.
And to give you another level of comfort perhaps, we do have WaterView, which has assigned outdoor target to every parcel. So we have that, although we still don't have targets per se from the state, but we do have the data from Eagle Aerial that gives us an outdoor target for every parcel.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm thinking of that, maybe I shouldn't, you haven't asked for comments. The comment I have, and I think this is where we're using the system we have where you can track your water usage, is so important because, for instance, my house is 2 people, 3 dogs. The house isn't connected to any outside irrigation for the landscaping, that's on a separate meter from back. So the only outside water we use may be occasionally to water some flowers or things out there. And I believe there's a tool for anybody to look at their daily use on an average. At their household, they can look at it by day and get a feeling for, are they within the 55 gallons per day per person? And I can tell you right now that it's just 2 of us with 3 dogs and no outside watering except, like I said, occasionally. And it seems like it's difficult to meet that. If you have any kind of laundry day or something like that, it'll shoot above it quite a bit. But I'm just saying there's a tool out there, and I don't know how we could get to the public if they were to list it and say, hey, if you guys out there are signed up for this, take a look at your daily use and maybe give an email to the water district saying, hey, I got 2 people and 3 dogs and no outside landscaping, and this is my daily use according to the chart or according to the plan. That would give us a lot of information. And I started thinking about it the other day when I saw it because there was a high laundry day, a lot going on, and I got the warning that I'm above my usage, and I says, wow, that's way above what two people inside would be allowed. And so it began to worry me. So I know this looks real positive with what's been put together here about what's going on, and but it still worries me a little bit about what we can expect as a district from all the users out there.
I'd just like to make a comment, and I guess my comment's going to be a question for Mr. Parker. I disagree with this, which I've made it very clear several times. Is there any way that we could appeal this to a basin that's being regulated through a groundwater authority? Because we're basically being double regulated by the state here. We're being told through the groundwater authority to come up with an allocation, and that's how much water you can use as a district. And then we're being told by the state, now we're gonna lower your water again. So we're being double regulated, in my opinion. Is there any way to fight that, or what are your thoughts?
Could you go to the mic, please, Tim?
That's a very good question, Director Griffin. And I don't think I can actually answer that. It's beyond it's sort of a regulatory and a legal question. And I don't know, I might turn to your legal counsel to see if he has an opinion on it. But I do see your point. But these are separate things going on. The state, I would say, has overriding authority just from a legal basis, not being a lawyer. But so they have overriding authority. And then, you know, this whole groundwater sustainability planning is still a work in progress, I think, is the way the state looks at it. If you've heard the director, or actually his deputy director, Paul Gosselin, talk about the groundwater sustainability plans and how they're expecting them to change and improve with each iteration every 5 years. They're expecting to go through a process and review them. And so I think that, again, the state has overriding authority, and the groundwater authorities, you know, they have some regulatory authority. It's a matter to them as to how much they actually take. That's their charge, right? So I don't know if I can be any more clear on that, but again, thank you for a challenging question.
I think it's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, Chuck, because you are credited as being the one guy who's pointed that out. And initially, I wasn't sure if I agreed, and I do now. And I've looked at it a little bit, and it occurs to me that this SB 606 and stuff are more aligned towards the state water project, and we don't benefit from that at all. So, you know, it seems like we should be exempt, right?
Yeah.
It's but. We have to figure out who to pose that question that can actually have some effect over it.
Actually, can I respond to what you just
sure.
said? I don't really think it's the state water project that's driving it. It's the state conservation as a way of life policy. So this, you know, it's the state looking at all the water resources. And so while, yes, the state, and in fact, the Department of Water Resources is a wholesaler, that's not what's driving it. It's the government administration looking at conservation as a way of life policy.
Okay, thanks. Did you have a comment, Jim?
Yeah, I would note that this SB 606 and AB 1616, it's already receiving a lot of opposition from a lot of water industry leaders. But I don't know if they're making the argument that it's, you know, double regulation. One thing that Don could do is, you know, contact Aqua, ask them if they're making that type of an argument. But I think there's already ample opposition out there, and it's just kind of going through. And I totally agree with Tim that this isn't tied to any type of specific water source in California, state water project or anything else. It's just tightening the screws more.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a question in?
Please.
It's back to the ETF again. I've been looking at this, and you know, maybe my brain's getting mushy as I get older. But how did you get the ETF? Is one number. Where'd you get that? And secondly, how did you get How does that come up with the, I guess, the acre feet per year total? I'm just trying to see how you got from ETF of 0.8 to the 2,987, for instance, on the first page. Explain to me how you get there. I'm missing something, I guess. In other words,
You're looking just at the outdoor, not the indoor?
yeah, I'm looking at the outdoor annual residential objective in acres feet. And you put current ETF 0.8, in which the objective would be 2,987. How did you get to the 2,987?
I don't know that I can answer that because I didn't do the calculation, but
It's a big, long formula, is it?
I don't know. I could answer the indoor, but outdoor, that ETF factor, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Well, they use the aerial survey to try to identify what is being irrigated outside as the first piece, I think you said, to estimate how
Right.
much land is actually being irrigated. I would think they would start there and then use these transpiration factors as a,
So that, yeah, it's probably, as you said, there's three categories. There was irrigable and being irrigated, irrigable, not irrigated, and non-irrigable. So I would imagine your assumption's probably right. They're taking what is actually being irrigated.
And giving it some factor of required usage or something?
When it goes to 42 gallons, everything's gonna go down to, because everything's gonna reduce.
Right, I'm assuming they're saying the ETF is going to reduce equivalent to when the gallons per day per person reduces. So it'll go down all the time. So I was just curious how they got to the 2987, to 2352, and to 2054. And, because usually I could put some numbers together, I just don't see how they got there. But I do know there's a long formula for coming up with usage.
Yeah, and there was a lot of discussion. I don't know that they've settled on the 0.8%. I think that they're leaning towards the 0.63 in the current legislation. So they give the three different scenarios, and I know there's been a lot of discussion among the Aqua members about what numbers should actually be used. Because again, that factor can vary depending on geography, where you are in the state, obviously.
Right.
So I know there's still a lot of discussion on that. I don't know that they've settled, but I think they're leaning towards the 0.63.
Okay, and a 20% INI was something that DWR is now taken off the board?
That has been taken off the board, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was hopeful that they would allow that because when they did the surveys, that's a snapshot in time, and obviously things can change over time. So you have to allow, I would think you'd have to allow districts some leeway for changing landscaping over time. So initially, it seems like, at least initially, a 20% buffer would seem to be a reasonable approach to seeing, as districts get used to this and get their data together, there should be a margin of error allowed, not just
Right.
straight numbers.
And these numbers have that buffer on the front page.
And this also, all these numbers, of course, assumed, I'm sure it's based on the population minus any of the industrial and public use.
Based on the population at the time and the
Right.
the previous fiscal year's water use.
So when you look at the second page, then we could ignore the with 20% column, right?
Well, that's what's on the front page, though, it's including the 20%.
I know, I realize, that's why I'm going to this back page.
The back page has.
So you
it
can
without
look
the
at that, so
20%.
you're saying that in order to get to the 55 gallon per day and a 0.80 ETF, which isn't in stone yet, that we're looking at total usage based on the population we have now of just over 4,000 acre feet a year. That's what this is saying. Okay, thank you.
Again, I don't know what level of comfort this gives you, but at least it gives you a snapshot of, it would seem like we are going to be okay for the first reporting period, barring any more
And I
changes.
want to point out, though, like Ron said, that right now, we're at 4,000 acre feet, just residential. That's what this is showing.
Well, no.
And it doesn't include all of our commercial.
That's right, this is, yeah,
So
right.
And also point out at the very top of the
Good
first
point.
page, that formula, there is a allotment for variances, and we've talked about this before, a variance for evaporative coolers, which, again, there's nothing to report on that there is an active group on methodologies and variances within Aqua, and no meetings have been held.
So this is the best guess for now. is what it is. Here, I mean,
Yes.
it's the best guess for now, but Chuck makes a good point that this is for residential. Do we have an idea what the non-residential usage, so I can have a comparison with total acre feet we're producing per year now? Do we have 1,800 or so, or? I don't know, it may be a number you don't have right now, or,
Probably so, because if you look at last year's usage, it's 3414, that's just for residential. So if we look at what our actual production was, it's upwards of 58, 59.
so it's around, Chuck's probably right around 1,800 or so, maybe for other usage?
So you're probably looking at another, over 2,000.
Okay.
Don,
And- okay,
that 3414 is a 10-month snapshot.
That was my point.
What?
We're there.
14 is only for 10 months.
Application from the GA is only covering residents.
It's not the entire year.
Not this 28 plus 2,800.
Correct, so we're being hit twice that way.
Well, that makes me feel a bit better about this. Of course, we're dealing with numbers that we don't have the exact figures on. You're right, it'd be nice to have the 20%. But if you take this roughly calculated residential usage and you add to it what our public and industrial usage is, then I guess you can say that we're sort of on track to where we need to be at this point, until they come up with the final numbers, which could change any time. Okay, thank you.
So, two comments. The first is that the water district is in no position to know how many people there are per house, nor are we interested in finding that out. So it'll have to be dealt with on a per capita basis. And on a per capita basis, this says we're good until 2030 at our current consumption rates. The other comment is that I wouldn't put much hope in the variances for swamp coolers, because the regulations, as have been explained, as they currently stand, would basically require registration of every swamp cooler and measurements of the throughput of water on every swamp cooler. While that is theoretically possible, it is unlikely to take place and would cost more than paying the fine to the state of California in order to go and monitor everybody's swamp cooler. That's not going to happen. So unless they loosen up those requirements, we're not going to see much benefit from the swamp cooler legislation, unless, of course, you expect everybody in town to go rushing out and registering their personal cooling equipment, which I can't imagine in this environment is going to happen.
Now, keep in mind, though, I mean, looking at residents per household or per meter, that's, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but it doesn't go into the calculation that the water district will be reporting. Our reporting is based on a census, most recent census, along with information we have about the industrial use. So it's an overall. That doesn't mean the family next door with two people might be using 100 gallons per day, and the next door neighbor might be using 20.
Yes, we're in violent
Right.
agreement on that point.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just wanted
I
to let
mean,
the public know that we aren't
yeah.
going to be snooping around their house counting
Yeah,
noses.
we're not going to go and say you're overusing, and by the way, you can use some more. I agree with you there. Yeah, we're not going to be.
And should we count your 3 dogs?
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
What if you have 3 horses
Oh, how many dogs is a horse equivalent?
or 3 cows? Yeah.
I would like clarification on a couple things, or at least one thing. If I add the indoor for the 55 gallons per capita day, which is 1914, with the outdoor current ETF 0.8, I get 4901. And below the total current residential objective, which says is 55 plus the 80 ETF for the outdoor, and the 20% INI is 4901. So the INI is obviously embedded in either the residential or the outdoor, is that correct? And do you know which one it's embedded in?
I would assume it's at the outdoor, because you're talking about irrigation of landscape.
Okay. And also, I guess I'd just like to know, not a question necessarily, is I was quite frankly expecting the outdoor to be less than the indoor. And here, it looks like the outdoor of 2987, almost 3,000 compared with the 2,000. We've got 50% more use outdoor than we do indoor. And so I guess my feeling is when everything clears away, my feeling is we're probably more likely to go to the 0.63 because somebody's going to recognize that we're using more water outdoors than indoors.
But I
So-
think it's kind of a misstatement, Stan.
What?
I think the outdoor usage is including swamp cooler, which could be used for indoor because it's actually used indoor, but it's regulated as outdoor water. So I think the
You know,
swamp
we've,
Cooler water is considered indoor use.
Is it?
Yes.
yeah, I was pretty sure it was, yeah.
Okay.
So additionally, most of our residential customers have 1 meter. They don't split them between house and irrigation. And I don't believe the Water District has any plans to install separate meters for that either. If they do, I haven't heard about it.
Yeah. Well, this is very informative, and I really appreciate them going to that effort.
It's very informative to me, and I would like to see if there's something we could do to pursue my point. Because if you take these numbers, and what I want to point out is that we are already beating this allocation by our allocation through the GA. The GA allocation is only allocating us essentially our indoor-outdoor use here. No commercial usage whatsoever. So we're already paying a replenishment fee for any commercial use that's in excess because this shows none. But if you look, it's right now it's at 4901, which is more than our allocation with no commercial use whatsoever. So it shows that we're not even being allocated what the state is mandating at 55 gallons per day.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Aqua says. I hope that someone follows through on that.
I made a note.
Find out if there is.
I made a note to reach out to them.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, it's, we're trying, we can't make decisions based on conjecture. And I want to remind Chuck that don't forget this with 20% INI, you can just cross that right off right now.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
we're
we're,
at
so
4,000.
I agree with you there. But, and we're, knock on wood, we're in pretty good shape until at least 2030. But that's provided there's no population increase or major projects or new apartment complexes and things like that. So we're in fairly good shape there. But I do like this. I think this will provide a lot of good information, which may be on our item number 3, because we're talking about long-term strategic. Because again, it's something we asked for so they can look at. And I got my fingers crossed that based on what I see here, we don't see a fine. And if we do see a fine, it is, I don't know whether it's $10,000 per day if you go 1 iota over the amount you're allowed, or it's so much per partial, they haven't defined it.
The
They say
fine
if
is
you go-
up to $10,000 a day.
up to,
So
I think it says
suspect-
up to 10,000, so it may be based on how much you go over. So, but it's still something that in long-term planning we need to take into account because, again, it's conjecture on what are they gonna do for the outside? And they've delayed how many meetings? They just keep delaying meeting after meeting after meeting. And I just don't think they know what to do. Tim, have you been involved in any way with any discussions about this outdoor usage with your contacts at DWR and such? Are they just as confused as we are?
No, I have not been involved. I did want to make one comment, though, just back to the being regulated and having the GA as well. You know, I mean, this is all about reducing, for this basin, it's about reducing groundwater demand, right? And I think one way you could look at it, you've made really good discussion about, you know, the allocations and how they should be viewed in terms of what's going on with the urban demand and what's needed. I think that's very viable. But the other thing is, you know, that's not being addressed in the state is rural. And how does that fit into the picture? And, you know, that's up to the counties and groundwater authorities. So that's just another piece of the puzzle to keep in mind instead of just looking at yourself as being regulated to reduce demand. How do you reduce all the demand with equivalent measures? So just, that was just food for thought. I don't know whether it.
No, you make a good point, Tim, because that was one of the first questions that sort of came to my mind. This is an urban plan. Does this plan take into account rural areas, which can be vastly different from, because to me, this plan was put together to address like Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, the big compacted urban areas, which it might be a lot easier to make 55 gallons per day or 47 or
Right.
42. But when you start looking at rural areas like we are, that's a different story. So at this particular time, I don't see where there's been no initiative to look at rural versus urban. I think you're right there, yeah.
Right, and reality in this basin, you have somewhere in the order of 800 or so parcels that are rural, right? And so it's not a huge number here, but there are counties where there's 5,000, 7,000, 12,000 rural well owners. So that's when you start really having to address those kind of issues more dynamically. So anyway.
But keep in mind, this program doesn't address the usage by those owners with their wells. This is only looking at public utility companies.
Right.
Period.
Right.
So you're right, you may have a small public utility company in an area that meets this, but you might have 5,000 rural owners out there, or 1,000 with their wells on their own.
Right.
Which makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Other comments?
You have a phone
Do we have
call.
one on the line? Okay, pass them through, please. Caller, go ahead.
Hi, this is Renee Westelusk. Where do you find the guidelines written for the swamp coolers that they've come out with? And this is all written by DWR?
Don?
There was a preliminary proposal for how the variance would be determined. I have that. I can forward that to you.
Okay. So it's DWR that
Yes.
came up with these regulations?
Yes.
Okay. Can our representatives, Vince Fong and Shannon Grove, get involved on this level? That these are unreasonable when it comes to swamp coolers?
Well, we could certainly contact their offices and let them know what the water district's view is on these, but Aqua is a tool that we've been trying to use that has a broader reach than just, our two representatives. We haven't yet seen what their full report is.
And there is a specific working group within Aqua looking at methodologies and variances. As I said earlier, they've been scheduled to meet weekly since middle of June, but haven't been able to meet because there's no new information. But they do agree that as with most, I think there's 7 or 8 variances that are allowed, and the processes for applying for those variances and qualifying are very onerous and burdensome, and actually will be quite costly to water districts. So Aqua's well engaged. They're trying to come up with simpler ways to qualify for these variances. As was mentioned earlier, the proposal, and I'll look, see if I can send it to you, but it did require that every customer take a picture of their cooler, provide the specifications for that cooler, provide how many hours a day that cooler is used, to that level of detail. And for the water district to maintain a database with that much information is going to be quite burdensome. So that's just a small snapshot of what that variance as written, as proposed, entails. There's actually a lot more. So Aqua's very engaged, trying to simplify this, but there's been no progress that I'm aware of in the last couple of months.
Because I don't know, it just seems like this is all basically going to impact the heavy desert areas of California, and there has to be more people than just our representatives whose constituents will be affected by this.
So I recommend you to our customers that they become familiar with the swamp cooler proposed regulations and write their polite and succinct letters to their representatives at all levels, including the governor's office, saying that this needs further study and needs incredible simplification in order to make it worthwhile. to pursue.
Can we put the proposal that came from DWR on the variance for swamp coolers on our webpage? So that they can look at it and say, hey, I don't know about this.
That's a good idea, Ron. I wish
Yeah.
I'd thought of it.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll give you credit for it if you want.
No. Credit goes where credit's due.
I didn't mean to interrupt Renee.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to see if there was any way we can work as a community to ameliorate these onerous requirements, because it sounds like they're written by, like you said, someone from an urban area. They have no concept of swamp coolers or anything.
Large-scale public response directly to their representatives is the only way to bring that to their attention. If they don't hear anything, they will assume that there isn't an issue. They'll hear a few water districts complaining, but that's not going to be enough, I think, to move the needle on this.
Yeah, and you're right, Dave, because what that program involves for the variance is getting involved in the personal lives of our, and we don't want to do that. Yeah.
That's one problem with the broad brush approach in a state that's so large and so geographically variant. And I mentioned before, this legislation, SB 1127, that I think it was Senator Hertzberg championed, that changed the targets for the residential use. The comment was that they believe that most of the state is already meeting those reduced targets, which obviously it was challenging with the original targets for an area like us, but to meet the revised targets going down to 42 gallons per capita per day is going to be even more challenging. So, this tendency to broad brush things and assume everybody in the state is the same is I think it's problematic. Well, I know it's problematic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your call.
Anyone else?
Sam?
Go ahead. I've got a comment.
Oh, no, I was going to say.
I want to.
No, I was just looking at the data that I have for total consumption for the last 3 years. It's been going down, and not just residential, but total. In FY23, we were at 5,218 for total, which actually looks pretty good if we maintain the 55 gallons and the ETF of 0.8. We're not in bad shape. Even without the INI, I think there's reason to be optimistic, and I think the fact that we were going down the last 3 years, we're going to be going down again this year. So all in all, I actually feel much better now than I did when I got here.
I agree with you, but I have a question about the fines, and I don't know whether anybody at Aqua is doing this. Let's just say, for instance, that there's 6 months out of the year we're well under our requirement, but there's 6 months in the year when we're above it. How will these fines occur? Will they be on a monthly basis every time you report the usage per capita? Will they be on a quarterly basis? And if they're on a monthly basis, will we get credits for when we're below? So we got to watch, and I think Aqua maybe is aware of this. If you're in a fining situation, in my opinion, what it should be is it's hard to prepare this financially, to be prepared for it. It'd be the average over a year. But then how do you put it in your budget that you're going to have money available to pay a fine or not pay a fine? So I think the way the fines would be set up, and I'm being pessimistic on this one. I still think there's going to be certain months where we might see a potential fine, basically the hot months or whatever. And if we do you pay it by the month? And so I don't know if Aqua's looking at that or not, Don. It may be a note you want to shoot them. Are they looking at the fine structure? Because I'm sure there's other people that are going to be in the situation where you do get fined. And like I say, if you pay it monthly, that could be very detrimental to you. But if you do an average over, let's say, a quarter or half a year, it'd be much better. Because there are times, like you see, we were a wet season where we would have built well within, according to this graph, well within our requirements, based on it.
I've just been assuming forever that it was based upon either our fiscal year or our calendar year.
I hope you're right.
I mean, Don, do you know?
I don't know, but past experience with regulatory agencies, especially something new such as this, is I've seen where they allow some leeway. I don't think coming out of the gate, you're going to be fined the first month. I mean, when we had the drought back in, 2012, 13, and we were given the target of 35%, we weren't fined. We were asked to come down and explain why we weren't meeting that target. So I think I would hope, like I said, based on past experience, that if we weren't meeting it, that we would be given the opportunity to tell them what we're doing, how we're going to address it, and then we would be given a probationary period to try and comply. And we wouldn't be fined right out of the gate the first month. That's what I would hope would happen, and past experience has been that.
But DWR knows it's a year. I mean, it's a yearly cycle. Water. I just can't believe they're going to do anything but.
I would agree with you. Yeah.
So it's a broad brush regulation. I doubt they've thought about it in that much detail. So interesting note is that in large cities such as San Francisco and Los Angeles, Tim can correct me if I'm too far off, that about somewhere between 30 and 40% of the water that they bring into the cities is lost through leaks in their distribution system. And that some of those distribution systems are over 100 years old and they're not recapitalizing them. So that might be one of the reasons for going after people's per capita usage, is to force large metropolitan areas to redo their distribution systems. We've seen failures of main lines in Los Angeles that have caused millions of dollars in damage through flooding. So it's a crisis, but if that's the intent, there's better ways to handle the problem.
And see, water loss is part of the urban water use objective. You see it on the front page.
Yep.
But I would have to say what are acceptable water losses? I can't believe that they would say, based on your total usage, 30% is acceptable.
No.
And I forget what ours is here, but it's a very, very, very low
low.
percentage.
Right.
And where do they define it? But you're right. I think maybe their push here is, you would hope to say water losses in those large situations would have to be addressed by those urban areas.
Yeah.
And that might be what their goal is. We just don't know.
No, there's
You know what's in the mind of those legislators. I
no,
think.
we can't attribute motive to them.
Yeah.
Well, we could, but it probably won't be accurate.
Other comments? Okay, we will move on. Thanks for the discussion. Item 3, discussion of the Indian Wells Valley Water District long-term operations strategy. This discussion was requested by Mr. Batora, and I'm not too sure who is going to lead the discussion, but
Stan, you asked to put that one on there, right? The discussion.
Yes, I did, but I was kind of expecting that the ad hoc committee we set up would be answering it. I hope I didn't imply when I put that on the request for agenda that I was going to talk to it. I believe it was it might have been the last workshop that we set up that ad hoc committee, or was it the one before that? Has it been a year or half a year?
I don't remember.
This is the January workshop.
Yeah.
Okay,
Who was ad hoc
I'm
team?
just sort of curious, is there a plan? What's being done? What do we expect to get done? When do we expect to see some tangible results?
Looks like time to go to the Murray's Pub for a while and have a discussion.
If you're buying, you'll
yeah.
have a lot of help.
I must be.
But what we've done here with discussing this Senate bill is going to help. This is good input for them, as well as something they'll need to know is the answer, what's going on with that major pipeline replacement. And then, but to me, this is a big piece of it, which we did for you guys. So I'll leave it there. Do you have a plan, or have you?
think
Have the great minds met yet?
No, there was a meeting and notes were taken. I believe it was Mr. President Boyd and our general manager, Mr. Zadiba, and I met, and we have notes from the meeting, but I don't remember there being action items except for a few, maybe data calls.
Because I think and I know it was instrumental in getting that meeting or putting that committee together, not putting it together, but getting you to volunteer. And the three things that we thought would really, really impact what would happen for the long-term plan, to our ratepayers was, number one, what's going on with 606 and 1668, how will that affect us if there's a fine? Secondly, if in fact the pipeline project occurs with all the costs and everything that would incur here and such, what would the input be from that?
Right.
And of course, those are probably the two main things that would affect our rates, as well as.
Both of those we needed more information, which is now,
Right, yeah.
now coming to
I
light.
think it's coming to light.
Right.
So, I think that as you get that information, that's when you can sit down and really start doing some calculation on what's going to happen.
On
Yeah.
both, we have no direct control over either project.
And I think the other one we talked about was potential for wastewater treatment,
Yes.
which could be a long-term loan and such like that. So those are three things that affect our long-term planning and what it's going to cost our ratepayers.
So we're really looking for things that were strategic considerations that did not involve the strategic planning for infrastructure improvement that's already been done.
Yeah, and you need the information we just talked about now.
Can't make,
And
yeah, right, you can only speculate.
hopefully, and another thing that's going to come into it, obviously, will be the adjudication.
Yeah.
That may rear its head in terms of what you guys decide. But I'd be willing to help anywhere I can. But you got the ad hoc committee together, unless, I don't want anybody dropping out of it just because I offered my help.
I heard Ron wanted to do this by himself, is that what I heard? We'll
But
have
I
another
think-
meeting
well,
within the next month, and we'll
Yeah, I
go
understand
over our
where you
list
guys
and
are
see if
until
we
you,
need
until
to
you
do
know this
something else.
information. Yeah.
I would hope that alternative water
Yeah.
would also be in there. I mean, it's not like we need detailed information
Right.
on everything. I mean, the nearer term things are the more detailed information we have, but we don't want to limit
Right.
the strategic plan to just those things that we know, because that would be very limiting. We need to reach out, it's called long-term, and some are shorter than others, and some are longer than others, but if there's an issue like the alternative water sources in there, we need to at least have a placeholder and maybe some ideas of what those might be.
So we've been talking about alternative water supplies for over 3 decades, and it's not as if that has not been investigated. And many opportunities for alternative water supplies are off limits to us because counties won't let us take water from their aquifers. So that's an issue. And other than that, the committee, which was looking into this in the past, even looked into the possibility of helping the communities near us put in desalinization plants so that they could rely on local water supplies and take the pressure off of ours. So a lot of different options have been looked at, and nothing has been we haven't been able to move forward on any of them right now because of the conditions that are imposed upon us by outside forces.
And what I envision coming out of this, and it's obviously we do it, the district does it regularly anyway in something, but this was sort of a long-term one. But ultimately, what I saw coming out of it is what is going to be the financial impact to this district if these 4 major items come to fruition as we see them or expect them to happen, that we talked about. If those come in, if for instance, everything happens, what we suspect might happen would be wastewater pipeline, the worst case 606 and 1668, and any other, what will that do financially impact us?
Yeah.
And I think that's really important, and I'm sure Ty would love to have that kind of information for long-term planning. But again, it's one of these things at this particular point, a lot of conjecture.
Yes,
What can we know and not know?
right.
I think that anything you do is going to have a min or max. And
That's
if
a
it's
big
going to
error
happen,
bar.
maximum is going to happen. And the bottom line is, the impact on our ratepayers is going to be this. And that's more how I see that type of plan, to make sure we stay financially sound by planning.
Well, I don't think we've got all those many constraints in the El Paso area that we've talked about. I'm sure there are some limitations, some constraints, but it's not like Inyo County won't let us pull water from the El Paso.
That's not new water, though.
Oh,
It's considered
well,
according to the state, that's water that is in our basin. It's not new water. Now,
Well,
if we were to put some wells up there, we could lower the pressure on the aquifer we are pumping from, but it's not an alternative water supply from the state's definition.
I disagree. I think.
I know you disagree.
It's in the water
think
budget.
It doesn't
I
change
think,
the facts.
well, it's all an issue of, is the water that is there already included in the safe yield? And so the issue is whether or not we can demonstrate that it is not part of the current safe yield. And then when we find it, the safe yield goes up.
It's
And
all
that's
the
up to
water
us.
that comes into the basin is considered water that comes into the basin, and that's considered to be part of the basin. So
But
unless
was
I'm,
that considered in the safe
unless I'm
yield?
wrong.
I don't know if the answer,
I don't.
Tim might know
I
that
agree with
answer.
Stan on that. I don't believe it was considered.
I think, I'm looking at Tim. He might know the answer to that one. Is that water up there in the El Paso area part of what's been calculated into our yield?
In the groundwater sustainability plan, yes.
So it has? Okay.
Yes, it's considered part of that.
So it is not new water. If we were to
That's,
put, thank you.
that's correct. It's part of the water budget. Now, that's not to say that everybody agrees with the water budget or the safe yield, but that is that's what is in the GSP.
Okay.
The model that the GA is using has specific allocations of water along the various hills. And when I looked at it, I did not see any significant amount of water coming off of the Sierras or off of the El Pasos down there. So there's, every one of those 7,650 acre feet currently are in the model, is what I'm saying. And when I looked at where the model was allocating those portions of water recharge, I didn't see any significant number down in the El Paso area. So in my mind, it's still an issue of what the safe yield is and where they currently are claiming it is.
And I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying what's in the GSP.
Oh,
So,
yeah, well,
technically, yes.
I'm not gonna
Right.
argue.
Are you saying it's there, but we don't have exact numbers on it because we haven't?
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I'm just saying
yeah.
it's been debated, it's continuing to be debated in terms
Okay.
of the number, but that's what's in the GSP, and that's why when Director Sanamon says that it's not new water, that's what he means by that, because it's considered in the GSP already as part of the overall basin water budget.
And I'm just not concerned about what the GA thinks the safe yield is.
Yes.
And I have a question also, since Mr. Parker's here, can answer this, because this has been my question. That part of the basin, though, was considered when going through the development, they were trying to take the bottom part of that, our basin, the south end, and put that in the Fremont Basin, is that correct? So it could be potentially
No,
a
that's-
sub-basin?
That's not correct, but what you're referring to, I think, is that the groundwater model does not cover the entire Bulletin 118 basin. That's been something that's been pointed out in the past. So there's I don't know, it's probably somewhere on the order of a third of the southern part of the El Paso area of the Indian Wells Valley groundwater basin. I'm being very specific with technical terminology, that is not included in the actual groundwater model.
Okay, so potentially then that could be considered new water?
No,
No? Okay.
no, I don't, I really think you shouldn't try to go down that path.
Okay.
And just, leave it to some additional technical analysis that's going to come forward at some point in the future. There'll be a 5-year review, for example, and there's other things going on. So that's where I would leave it if I were you. Just
Tim, is it fair to say that even though the model doesn't extend throughout the El Paso, there are still boundary conditions on the model that have to be established as far as what's happening with water up there? I mean, there's been a lot of studies in the past that look at the full perimeter of the basin.
very old studies and more current ones, but it's always been considered as part of what's inside this basin boundary is been considered. Okay, I had a good point here, now it's escaping me. It's not ignored, and it's not like there's a line that says there's a dam here. That El Paso portion has always been considered a tributary toward the main basin.
Yes, I guess, well, since groundwater flowing that way, but there's still quite a few technical questions out there. Yeah, I mean, so I think there's a lot of uncertainty with the numbers in the El Paso
The numbers,
area.
but it's been included, whether the science behind how much water is there, what the recharge is there, all those other things. Those specific estimates are various and debatable, but the concept of the water being in the El Paso is uniform, that it's part of our basin.
Well, yeah, it's even simpler than that. Legally, Bulletin 118 defines the basin, and it includes the entire El Paso area down to the Garlock Fault.
Okay.
But one thing about the El Paso, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want you to get your goggle out to look in the ground. I keep hearing that on very, very wet years, that it's possible that, I call that a sub-basin in El Paso because it's sort of separated by the fault, that if there's very, very wet years, there's a possibility that overflow of that basin could fall into the Fremont. Is that true? And because some of our thoughts were that putting any wells up there, we could get that water before it spilled into the Fremont Basin. I don't know, so it's a perfect time to correct me on it. I've always felt that maybe there's an issue there.
Well, what you've identified is a data gap, that we should have wells installed on both sides of the topographic divide, which typically tends to be thought of as a groundwater divide. But then I think, as I've said this before, but when you look at the consolidated bedrock down there, which is the Goler and Ricardo formation, they're tilted to the northwest. So when water hits that, you'd think that it might move to the northwest. So there's a lot of questions that come up when you start digging into the details down there. And they can be answered by some monitoring wells being installed in that part of the basin.
And that might be where Stan is headed in terms of maybe when we're talking about alternate waters, is understanding better, whether the GA does it or we do it. But I agree with you. I see what you're saying now. Until we have some monitor wells, like you said, typically it slopes to the northwest, so you would think that if it gets really full, it's headed that way. But I know I'm simplifying it, but I think it's something that is important, because if in fact some of it is bleeding into another basin, but it's essentially in our basin, if we were to capture that water, then we could capture it, type of thing.
There's something else that might be low-hanging fruit. The Department of Water and Power has just had a bumper water year and have been releasing water into the valley to the tune of, I think it was 10,000 acre feet, which is a substantial amount of water. How's that to damn with faint praise? I would like to see a strategic effort to put in infrastructure to capture that water and inject it into the groundwater aquifers, should they have periods of excessive water use, rather than just pouring it out onto the desert. That would be an incredible boon.
Another item for your list of the long-term strategic
How do we manage
projects.
to do this? But,
Yeah.
there will be feathers ruffled by that idea, and we just have to overcome that.
Exactly.
Or come up with a win-win solution when that's a problem, when that happens, if and when that happens.
You mentioned desal, David, and encouraging neighbors for because any desalination or anything that we do here, I already know that that's considered not new water.
New water.
Right, but however, if we were to encourage people and the only people I could really think of is Cerro Valley Minerals and the Navy base itself to do desalination, it brings them off of our potable water usage, which helps the valley in a whole. I don't know if that's possible, but again, that's something you brought up, and it is a consideration. But I think desal on our own, and I know that we're working on a project with it. I think it's important to have all that information to continue with it. So we may come up with a project that, hey, if we don't do it ourselves, it's available to someone else.
Right,
and it takes them off of our.
And there's fresh water available in the northern end of Searles Valley, but
Right.
we have the county boundary problem that we have here. that
Right.
Inyo County is not willing to allow water to be exported to the northern tip of San Bernardino County, because, legally, they're trying to remain with tight control over where the water is going from their valleys, and they're absolutely justified in being concerned about that and wanting to maintain strict control over it.
But I think the desal is a great idea because, I mean, we always talked about parts of the puzzle helping us out here in our valley.
Right.
Is if desal can occur, that takes users off of us. And I know the base is called 2,000 acre feet, and about 2,000 acre feet of Searles Valley Minerals. You begin to come closer to solving our problem. And how we can assist in that or help or not, I don't know the answer to that. That's sort of for the long-term strategy.
I just want to sum it up to make sure that there's no confusion. What we're talking about is helping people to become self-sustaining.
Yes, I
Not
guess,
kicking anybody out of our basin, but
Right.
to help other communities be
or
self-sustaining.
other portions be
Because they're
self-sustaining.
not in favor of kicking anybody out.
Right.
So,
And the advantage of desal being done, whether it be by the base or by Searles Valley Minerals, is that, whether it's new water or not, is, I guess, it can't matter to the GA,
right.
you know,
We
'cause-
can't.
yeah.
So the only advantage to desal in the basin is that we have water that could be used after having been desalinated, and it would take that if we pump just fresh water, that water that has high mineral content
Right.
was going to tend to migrate into the areas where we have fresh water
Right.
that doesn't require treatment, and taking that water and treating it brings that level of water down and lessens the risk of contamination
Right,
of our
yeah.
freshwater areas.
So it's just a thought, because you mentioned, helping our neighbors with addressing possible desalination, and
Yeah, they're our neighbors.
it's a great idea.
Yeah, they're our neighbors.
Yeah.
We need to help them.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
To item B, General Manager Goals and Priorities.
Right.
Yeah, I have to put on my eyeglasses for this. As we normally do, this is a team effort. We'll go through different sections, and each of the managers will provide appropriate updates. As we normally do, any changes from when we presented these in January are in red text. So we'll go through conservation first. This is a long-standing goal. That's achieving the 20% reduction in consumption compared to the baseline year the state uses of 2013. We have achieved a 24.1% reduction as of June's results. So we are not only meeting but exceeding that target. Next one, engage with Aqua. This is the SB 606, AB 1668. I'm not going to read this whole thing because we already covered that update. It's essentially everything I already reported. I will note that the targets for the new standards are supposed to be in effect by January of 2024. And we're already getting into August, and at the rate we're going, I don't see that as happening. I mean, Aqua, we haven't had the meetings, as I said, since June, and it would have to be a pretty fast-paced implementation if we're going to meet this January goal. Opportunities for grant funding. We do look for opportunities. Nothing has really come up other than the DCIP. I do make a note that the new two-tier rate structure, along with the fees collected on behalf of the Groundwater Authority, could provide more incentive, and probably will provide more incentive to convert to landscaping. So I think that we should be on the lookout in particular for turf replacement funding. We had that, as you recall, some years ago. It wasn't quite as popular then, and we ended up returning, I think it was well over $100,000 of the $300 and some thousand dollars we got in the grant back to the state because of lack of interest. So I think my sense would be that if we were to get grant funding for a turf replacement program, we might get more interest in it. I think at that time, and I've mentioned this before, the dollar per square foot for most people barely even paid to have their turf taken out, and the requirement to replace it with something native, plants, rocks, sculptures, that sort of thing. that would be on the customer. So I don't know that it was a very popular program because, as I said, the incentive, if you were going to do it anyway, you had plans to do it, that's a little extra money to help. But if you were relying on that program to remove your turf and put in new landscaping, it didn't come anywhere near covering the cost. So again, I think that's something that we may have an opportunity to explore.
Just a quick side note with regard to xeriscaping, please do not let your established trees die. They're not that big a water user, and they certainly make the town look a lot more attractive. We do recommend you remove your turf, and, but please, don't let the trees die.
Save the trees. Excuse me.
Yeah, that is the problem because a lot of trees rely on irrigation of the turf, and when you remove the turf, your trees suffer.
Yep. You have to pull the basin around it and fill the basin periodically.
When I replaced my turf several years ago, you can get these deep wells put in that get to the root system and water it, so that those are helpful. Moving on to capital improvements, Renee?
All right, the first one, award construction contracts for mainline construction projects that are identified in our CIP budget. We had some that we were working on, we put on hold due to budget constraints, and we were concentrating on doing the Springer Avenue pipeline replacement, and then we had the Indian Cordon Road transmission pipeline failure. So all other projects except for that are on hold right now. We do still, of course, have the booster station replacement and the tanks going, which I do update you guys on every month. So the booster station right now, we did actually get pumps and motors installed last week, and they're working on doing some pipeline work up there. And in the college tank, we're getting very close to having that new tank completed. We hope we'll have our permit from the state here within a couple days. We did have the final, chlorination and filling it and coliform testing, which was good. Once that new tank is online, then they'll proceed to draining the old tank, and we'll be taking a look at that, and there's modifications to be done for that existing tank. So the tank project's definitely on schedule to be completed in September. But the boosters, of course, we've had delays, unfortunately. We still have, waiting on the MCC, the Motor Control Center, that shall be here next month. That's it for that.
For finance, the first goal being cost of service study. Of course, that was completed and approved the end of February for a March 1st effective date. We are still working on the small meter modernization, which is replacing all those meter bases that were past the useful life, which is about 2/4 of them. So we've replaced about 2,700 of them to date. Still looking at a July 2025 completion. So that will continue. We did migrate Springbrook to the cloud in February as well. Had a couple hiccups, but we've worked through those, and everything looks to be working correctly. Developed unclaimed check policy. That's been with legal for a while. I can send that again, Jim, if you would like. That would help. Okay. Review of the vehicle replacement policy and plan. That's kind of been slowed down with staff turnover in the warehouse, but we are ramping up to do that now. And the capital project budgeting process and forms, we are working on those forms for implementation with the next budget cycle.
Quick question on item 5, review vehicle replacement policy and plan. Oh, that's just reviewing the policy and plan. Are you taking into account recent state mandates that all vehicles be I'm removing some words from my sentence. Electrical vehicles.
Yeah, we will be looking at that issue as well.
I'd like to get your preliminary rough order of magnitude of the total expense of that. And if you can talk to your friends at SCE, whether the grid locally can handle that kind of a draw on the grid, because that's been, as Director Kaczynski's pointed out, a problem in other communities where one business was going to.
With 30 vehicles, 30 normal-sized trucks, not semi-tractors. There were 30 or 40, and they went to install it, and the city put a halt to it because there's no way they had enough power in the city to charge those vehicles. So it's something needs to be concerned with. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
I have a question for Ty as well. The small meter modernization, I take it all the new meters are in the budget, right? I mean, that was a planned
Yeah.
thing, okay? And the second thing I have, and this may come under something later, remember I gave you some information about using Aqua to help us find grants. Remember I gave you that little article?
Right.
Have you reached out to them at all? I know you.
I haven't received anything back
Okay, yeah, there
yet,
might be some papers or something to get online, but to me, that's when we're talking about new grants for people, xeriscaping or such, that they might have an insight on that. So keep us informed. I think it's a good project. They offer to do it for nothing. So use them. Thank you.
On the vehicle replacement policy, would it be useful to reach out to our state representatives to see whether or not there's any way of getting some relief from both Shannon and Vince?
I don't know that that's a mandate yet about electrical. I don't know whether it's mandated in the state. Does anybody have an answer for that? I just would know it's coming.
It might be good if, I mean, to keep it from ever getting to be a mandate would be a lot easier than to allow the mandate to go through and then try to convince people that they had to back off of it.
I wouldn't doubt that it is of some way or another, under environmental policy or procedure or something, that any public utilities company are mandated to go. I just wouldn't doubt it that it's there.
Yeah, I think we're just moving too fast on this whole transition thing. We will get there, but I'm not convinced it's going to be in the next 10 years or even 15. And if Southern California Edison can't provide the electricity, it's sort of silly for us to go through all the machinations of trying to borrow the money to buy them and find out that we can't use them.
And don't forget the cost of just operating it too, as well as disposal. I'm sure there's going to be a huge disposal cost of some kind.
Plus well, there is, and if you keep your vehicles more than 10 years, you have to dispose of the battery, replace the battery, and the batteries are not cheap.
Yeah.
Additionally, they increase the weight of the vehicle considerably and cause additional wear and tear on the tires. It's not a simple solution to the environmental issues that are being brought up.
It's something that needs to be kept in mind for both long-term capital projects as well as finance, but I don't know the answer. I don't think any directive has come down to us yet to say you will do it. But I agree with Stan, if we can waylay it somehow by talking to our representatives and find out what the status is, that would certainly help.
I also had a comment on the grants you were talking about, that you brought up. I would really like, I've been watching social media and some comments on people's bills, and people that have went from solar and now they went to AC units instead of swamp coolers, and how much their water bill went down from last year to this year. So if we could look at grants for AC conversion, I think that would be a huge benefit to
absolutely
the
it would.
members of the community.
Did I see a call come in? Yes. Will you pass that through, please? Caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Renee Westolusk. I have a question regarding the replacing of the meters that have outlived their usefulness. Are those meters residential meters?
Yes, right now we're focusing on all 3/4-inch meters.
Are those the ones? Are they the meters that we got a few years ago that had AMI capability?
So there's two different components to the meter. There's the meter base and there's the register. The AMI portion is the register that we replaced a few years ago. Now we're going back through for all the old meter bases and replacing those.
How would you know if you had to have yours replaced?
We're doing that internally. We can run a report in our system. We have the install date of the meter base. And so we're looking at anything that's over that's older than 2006 and replacing it. You'll be informed if your meter qualifies and we're in that area doing that work. You'll be informed with a letter saying that we'll be replacing the meter and your water will be off for 15 to 30 minutes while we do it.
So it's interesting.
Is-
If I could
is
add
there any-
one, go ahead, sorry.
Is there any malfunctioning that's occurring because of these meters?
Yeah, when your meter ages, it typically does not register as much water usage as you're using. It typically, some of them we've been pulling have been reading at 60% efficiency. So we're giving out a lot of free water.
Yeah, when they fail low. They don't increase your bill, they lower your bill, which might seem good until we replace your meter base.
But it does
Okay.
increase our replenishment fee.
The replenishment fee is based on the pumping.
Yep.
Yes,
Right.
but the meters, I'm assuming that our meters that measure our pumping, oh, I see what you're saying. You're right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for
you.
the call, Renee.
We just lose money.
Are we in engineering now?
Yeah.
We're done beating tie up.
All right, so we awarded this, next one is our, our patching temporary replacement. We do every year, go out to bid, and last winter, last fall, I should say, OnStot was awarded. They're still working on, they're on their second list, almost done with the second list that we've given him now. So they're getting ready to, we're gonna get him another list. So that's ongoing. Let's see. Second one is marked out because we've decided not to do that. And then number 3, specifications and drawings, that's ongoing. We have been working on that. I'm trying to delegate more things. So these things can get done. The same as with number 4. We do have the permits that we're using that system in place, but the update of the mainline extension procedures still need to be done.
Okay, thank you. Operations?
So the 30-inch northwest transmission line, we talked about earlier, so we're waiting for the DCIP funding and see if that comes through. Well, 17 switch gear needs to be replaced. It's definitely past its end of life. This is obviously not a good time to replace it because we need that well desperately. So we had put it off for budgetary reasons, but with the way we're using it this summer, it'll definitely be need to replace this coming up off season. The FE pumps pulled and inspected on an annual basis. Definitely we'll have to do that for Plant 2 with how much we're running it this summer. Probably be pulling the FE pumps and the recycle pumps and checking those out. A complete rebuild of the Bowman PRV for more everyday use. That Bowman PRV has also saved us this summer with the transmission line being down. The $5,000 here and there that we've put in has come in handy and been serendipitous. Because without it, we'd be in some trouble. But we definitely need to. Is my time up, Chris? Okay.
Recommended GA meeting.
But we definitely need to look at upgrading it and making it be able to control better at the office. Installing atmospheric meters for our mag meters, just so that we can have more accurate readings on what we waste. And implement new domain controllers. That's just taking old computers that the software has it's reached the end of life and we need to get them offline just for security issues. Consolidate file servers. Again, getting older computers offline. Testing the emergency interties with the Navy and Searles Valley Minerals. It's something that we didn't do last year because of, the Navy's been without their control valve for a couple of years now. But we probably won't be testing it anytime until that 30 inch is back online. We don't want to lose any more water than what we're capable of producing, so. Installing automatic control valves for wells 33, 18, 30, and 31. So 33 was taken off the list with the performance issues that it's been showing. But 18 is completed, 30 is in the process of being completed, and 31 we waited for the reinstallation of the pump, and as of right now, they're not being used, so it's not that high priority. The media loss in the arsenic plants. So the stainless steel under drain has been installed. The media installation, the support media has been done. They put in the first layer of filter media, and we came up approximately 6 inches short. So we'll be needing to do more screening and adding that in. We still have hope that we can get that on and help the rest of the wells that are on the system provide water. And let's see, upsizing the Springer Reservoir Solar, that's been delayed for budgetary reasons. Rebuilding the Ridgecrest Heights Booster, that's pending whether or not we get the grant money for the 30-inch line. And then the clay valve preventative maintenance is just an ongoing placeholder to make sure that we're doing it.
On my first comment, state the obvious, a whole lot of stuff depends on that 30-inch line.
Yes, sir.
That's how important that line is for us. And just to reiterate how important the grant is, if that didn't happen, we're probably going to be delayed more, figuring out where the money's coming from and how we're going to do this. So that's just an example. I count 1, 2, 3, at least 4 items on here that are depending on line. So that's how important it
I'd
is.
like to also point out that it emphasizes the importance of the Springer line as well, because if we had that Springer line, we'd be able to use the Southwest well field more. So,
Good point. Thank you, Jason.
Just a related note, I've been attending the Emergency Services Committee meetings as a private citizen. But while there have been reporting on the 30-inch line, I just thought the board should know that.
Who's been reporting?
I have been
You have
reporting on
been,
the
okay.
30-inch line.
Is there any discussion, or is it just a one-way conversation?
No, but there's a little bit of discussion. People would like to know and are happy to hear that the effort is underway and that we have currently sufficient capacity, but that it needs to be addressed as soon as possible so that we can increase that backup and put less pressure on the existing wells.
Right. Thanks for that. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, administration, personnel, and HR. First item, hire and onboard a new general manager. I don't think I have to tell the board the status of that, but to the extent that I'm available and can help, I will assist in the transition to make it as smooth as possible.
Have you looked into our cloning policy where we duplicate? No, I guess not. All right, never mind.
Second item, injury-free 2023. Our 2023 didn't get off to a good start. We had an injury January 4th. That ended a streak of 622 days. So as of yesterday, we're at 202 days without a recordable. The inspections, those continue. They're mentioned specifically in there. Eye washes, all the equipment, fire extinguishers, et cetera. I did add a note that there's required safety training, and also Target Solutions is available to us online that has a multitude of safety topics that people can log on and go through the topic and then take a test at the end. The COVID, the Center for Disease Control COVID Prevention Plan. Happy to report that it was formally declared over on May 11th. And we survived. We made it through. That certainly was an experience I never anticipated having to deal with, but glad it's over.
Well, good. Another unrelated comment. Everybody should be preparing for emergencies, and they should have 30 days of food and water available to them. Thus is the recommendation of the California Office of Emergency Services, because it's not one and you're done.
Thank you for that public Public service announcement, yes. Number 4, update the salary survey, negotiate and approve a new 3-year memorandum of understanding with the employees. The current 3-year MOU was approved by the board last April 11th. New salary survey was presented to the board and approved to implement July 1st, and that those changes have been implemented as of July 1st. Build relationships with stakeholders at all levels. I have participated in meetings every other month with the city manager. We do, as a district, maintain membership in the Chamber of Commerce, and the president and myself typically attend the Chamber of Commerce luncheon once a month. Personally, I did term out after 3 terms as executive on the executive board of the hospital. You're only allowed to have 3 terms, and you have to drop off for 1 year, but you can still be a corporate member, which I was up until this last month when I resigned due to the fact that I do plan to relocate. Until recently, I have served as a treasurer for the Indian Wells Valley Economic Development Corporation. I'm still technically doing that, at least for this next month. Next, to engage participation in Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority with implementation of the GSA. When allowed to, we do support the Water Resources Manager and the GA team by reviewing and contributing comments on draft policies and programs related to the implementation of the plan. We were involved, we being particularly Krieger and Stewart, working with Stetson on the recycled water project until recently when we were informed that due to apparently legal concerns due to litigation that we were not able to receive and review comments from Stetson to the Bureau of Reclamation on the recycled water study, Title 16, I think it was, report. We would have an opportunity to review those once they were submitted and became public. So that's why I said, to the extent possible, when we are allowed to review and contribute comments on documents, we have been doing that. Stay active in aqua outreach efforts. Something I've personally been proud of is the number of years that we've achieved that aqua outreach award for Region 7. You can see 7 of the last 10 years, we were the award winners. I'm hoping because of our continued involvement with these aqua working groups, there hasn't been as much requests for letters of support for legislation as in the past, but we have been active in these working groups. I'm hoping that might be a factor in allowing us to be awarded the Region 7 award this year as well. Number 8, active outreach program to keep customers and residents informed about issues related to water and district business that is of importance to them. The Facebook page, as you know, we pretty much handed that off to Providence Strategic Consulting, and they do a very good job. I mean, we contribute anything that we ask them to post, and they've been very active in promoting Water Smart in particular. They've actually rejuvenated our Twitter account. I don't recall how many active people we have on Twitter, but I know at one time it was only like 3 or 4 before we handed it off to them.
Now to be known as the X account.
The X account, yes. The X Files, yes.
That's what I thought too.
So Facebook has been a very good tool for getting information out to our customers. Also, district's website, we put information on. As we talked about earlier, we'll look at putting that information on the cooler variants on the website for informational purposes. And we do participate in local outreach opportunities. 2 specifically are the Spring Home and Leisure Show and the Petroglyph Festival in the fall. Those have been very, very valuable outreach efforts, in particular the Petroglyph Festival, because it draws not only local people from out of town, and kind of surprised how many people from out of town are aware of state water issues and ask questions about how we're handling things locally. Moving on, page 7. Maintain effectiveness of the organization by sharing critical functions with the district to have trained effective backups. Probably, we have trained backups for warehouse, but I'm not sure we have willing participants. We need to work on that. I do know recent benefit of cross-training is the ability to carry on the functions of accounting after Diana's resignation. That obviously is a critical, because of accounts payable as well as payroll, that's a seamless transition. And Amber has been able to step into that and provide a seamless transition. Now she's helping to train Melody Manning, who came on board on Monday as our new accountant.
Okay, good.
And obviously, we're a relatively small organization, so it's critical that critical functions have the ability to be backed up and keep the district running. So, and we're cognizant of that fact, and we do try and take steps to make sure that everything's covered. Required training, including sexual harassment training per SB 1343 and ethics training per AB 1234. Make sure that's current, and I believe Lauren keeps everybody up on that, and I believe we are current as far as our training. Is that correct? Lauren's nodding her head, so yes, we're all good. Quarterly GM columns on timely issues. I did submit one column back in March explaining the new rate structure, the two-tier rate structure. Haven't submitted one this month yet.
Well, may I make a recommendation that when a new general manager is selected, that you write a farewell/introduction column so that everybody is aware of your departure and the installation of a new general manager.
Well, I wrote the first half of that column back in December. So.
No.
I have a comment on number 6. I'll keep it brief, but I have a question for Jim and then a statement. So I'm going to make the statement first. I was caught off guard at the Groundwater Authority meeting by Kern County's attorney telling us that we could not participate with the recycled water. So I find that very disheartening because I believe the district has been involved and we're very concerned and we definitely want to put the recycled water to use. But I would like to know from legal, is it accurate that it is a conflict? Because I don't believe it is.
I don't believe it is. I'm not sure. Krieger Stewart's been working on the report, working with Stetson for 8-9 months now, and I'm not aware of what has changed within that 9 months that all of a sudden the report has to, go silent, if you will, not be forwarded to the to Krieger and Stewart. I know there was some mention of allegations in a complaint by Mojave Pistachio. Talked to Mojave Pistachio, that it wasn't their intent to try to cut the district off or anything. My intention is to discuss it with Keith, who is the GA counsel, and get a further clarification on that, and we can see where we are at the district board meeting in August.
Okay, thank you.
But I will address it before the August board meeting with the GA.
Thank you.
Find out, to clarify exactly what was being said, because I'm not 100% sure, clear enough.
Just a quick question. That was the county legal counsel that made that statement?
Correct.
We have never, as a water district, said that we did not wish to participate in reclaimed water.
That's correct.
Okay, that's an important point to make.
And we actively want to pursue it as a
Right.
district, and that's the comment I was making during the meeting. That I had had a phone call that it was stated at a public meeting that the city did not have a customer for their recycled water, and that we were very interested in their recycled water, and that that was the low-hanging fruit that we were desiring.
If there's an issue, then it's on their side, not ours. Okay, thank you.
Well, would you clarify, was it the GA lawyer that told you that we couldn't be involved, or was it the county?
It was the county lawyer.
Oh, well, why is he commenting on a GA?
I believe he was speaking during public comment is when he made his comment.
Well,
He still is technically GA legal counsel, so whether you agree with him or not, I do think he has the right to say something.
oh, he can say it. That doesn't mean it's right or that we need to go along with it.
I would agree with that, Stan.
That's why we're going to look into it.
If the GA lawyer didn't say it, we should ignore the county. Whatever.
ignoring it, all that does is mean we don't get the report, and our goal here is to participate with the recycled water, so we have to address it. We can't just ignore the comment because it comes with actions.
Okay. And you are going to follow up on this? Thank you.
Correct. Thank you for that, Jim. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next section, which is long-term planning goals, and that includes the brackish water resources study, which essentially right now it's wrapping up the work that's been done to this point, and that largely is falling on Wade Major with Aqualogic. He's the one that's been putting together the invoices to submit to DWR as well as the reports. And you can see in red text that he did draft a technical memorandum entitled RO Membrane Performance Modeling Additional Scenarios. That's been uploaded to the state's website. And the final steps, the project is scheduled to wrap up by the end of December. So the final steps are just drafting the feasibility study, final report, and continuing to evaluate shallow well impacts in the study area based on predicted drawdowns using the DRI model. So again, not a lot of, there haven't been any meetings of the group per se for quite a while, well over a year, but Wade is carrying on in wrapping up the study. Basin groundwater storage study. Only update on that, basically a lot of this involved the reprocessing of the seismic data that I've been reporting on every week in the weekly update to you, the progress on that. We finally, took a while, but John Jansen has wrapped up the final draft of his report and provided it to Tim and myself for review and comment. So that should be wrapped up here shortly. Work within the framework of the Groundwater Authority, prioritize district access to recycled water from the city's new treatment facility while continuing to support acquisition of an imported water supply and the funding necessary for infrastructure to bring water to the basin. As I mentioned earlier, Krieger and Stewart had been involved actively working with Stetson on the recycled water project until recently, and we've already discussed the reason why for that. As far as, and I don't have it on here, but as far as the infrastructure, the import water pipeline project, Provost and Pritchard are spearheading that project, which is being funded through the grant that was awarded to the Groundwater Authority. They've been meeting regularly, well, as scheduled with district staff, and Krieger and Stewart's been involved as well. We've recently had meetings with Division of Drinking Water. And we'll have more information for you later this morning in closed session on that topic. A couple other items. Investigate alternatives available to meet the district's current and future pumping needs while minimizing reliance on imported water to the extent possible. And as you're aware, we have been looking at further exploration and filling data gaps in the El Paso subbasin. Looking at getting some additional support from DWR's technical support services, but I know Tim's come up against some roadblocks on that by not getting a response from some people. And I don't know if would you like to elaborate on that? I know you've been actively looking at trying to remove these impediments so we can get something done.
Right. So there's a form that you have to fill out to apply for technical support services at DWR. And used to be the form was online and you just took it and filled it out and sent it in, and then you talked to the regional office. Now you have to contact the regional office and ask for the form, and then you have to, in that process, present what you propose to do. And when I contacted the regional office person who actually was involved with the well installation, EP1, he said, well, you know, this request, as far as I understand, needs to come from the Groundwater Authority, a GSA. And we've already installed some wells in your basin, so priorities would be given to other basins. And so they contacted headquarters, I understand, and have not received a response to date. So That's where it's at. I tried to kind of go around things and contact headquarters, but I'm not getting any response, so I don't know what else to say. I'm disappointed.
Contact Shannon Grove and Vince Fong.
Just say this, it's not unexpected of what roadblocks you're running into.
Yeah, expect more.
Yeah.
Well, actually, one thing we did talk about was actually talking to the groundwater authority and putting forth a proposal for doing that. That's something we could do. And the proposal would be to put in some monitoring wells in the El Paso area to help, close the data gaps. So that's, I think, something that would be something we could do. We may not get to the point, or we may not have success with that, but if we don't do it, we won't know.
I agree, ask, just to see what the response is, which I already know.
Yeah, I agree.
We're no
Doesn't hurt to
longer,
try.
No.
we're no longer
All we can
involved
say
in
is
the
no.
technical advisory committee, but perhaps through our representative, we could broach that subject at a next upcoming meeting and see if we can get support that way. Because I think you're right, unless it comes from the groundwater authority, it doesn't seem like it's going to gain any traction.
Right. So I could easily put together a paragraph or two and attach a map with some suggested well locations.
Maybe forward that to Gene. Maybe Gene would be helpful.
Could be. It's whatever you want me to do.
What's the best route for it? Is it through, Gene, or is it through Johnson? Who's the best routing for it? To Stetson?
I think you would go through Stetson or through Carroll. We haven't gone through,
Oh, Carroll, that's right.
they're the contact people for there. So to start contacting Gene Moran, it just seems like it's a little bit out of order from what we've been doing in the past.
It
Helpful
would
to
seem that
have her.
Carroll would be the proper point of contact.
Yeah, Carol, but also, I think going through Stetson is also appropriate to maybe get their feedback on what we're proposing ahead of time before it's presented to the groundwater authority.
Yeah, but I would send it to Steve as well. I wouldn't just
Yeah.
send it to Gene at the
No, they're
exclusion.
going over her head. So, yeah.
Right, and that does fit in with something that's in the groundwater sustainability plan in terms of moving the pumping around inside the Indian Wells Valley Basin. So it makes sense, and it also helps fill data gaps that we were talking about earlier.
I appreciate your efforts on that, Tim, and anything, I would be glad to present anything to the board also, so anything you write up.
I hope it works. It just
I
seems
do
like
too.
anything that has our name on it just gets,
Well, no,
Yeah.
we don't get very many requests or even an answer.
yeah.
But visibility is good.
Yeah.
Correct.
Having you present that kind of request, I think, is good.
I would be happy to do that, so.
I think probably let Tim submit the request, but then you follow up with it. With, say, during whatever part of the session you can.
Okay, so
Thank
I'll
you.
write something up. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. The last item, opportunities to district assets in Inyo County, primarily referring to the Stein property, which again, as we mentioned, there's not we have had some interest in solar, but nothing's ever panned out because of access to the grid there. In terms of our Butterworth property, as I think you are aware, Coastal Energy declined renewal of the standstill agreement, but we did renew the tenant lease for Butterworth for 2 years. That period started January of this year. But I think there's still opportunity for solar perhaps up there because there is some solar that's been installed. I actually think it's north of the Stein Ranch itself. So, but that property isn't in the best of shape as far as, we looked at it years ago of as a possible agricultural operation similar to Butterworth, but we had John Summers, who's the current tenant of Butterworth, take a look at it, and his estimate at that time, which was probably 5 or 6 years ago, was over $1 million to get that property into condition where it could be farmed. I don't think the district has never been in the position to invest $1 million+ in making that land suitable for agriculture. But there may be opportunities for solar that come up as conditions change.
Okay, thank you, Don. You have questions for the general manager or his staff? Okay, we'll move on. Director, goals and priorities. Let's see, can we start with Director St. Amand?
I don't know that my goals are out of line with what's already being accomplished by the district. The replacement of the 30-inch line and addressing the Springer pipeline modifications are incredibly important, need to be first and foremost. That's all I have.
Thank you. Stan?
I guess I'm entirely on board with the goals that we currently have. I would like to make sure we keep track of what's going on with regard to the state revolving fund. Obviously, the state revolving fund isn't going to be useful for our current pipeline issue, but we need to be looking ahead and make sure that whatever the problem is that makes the state revolving fund almost unusable at this point in time, we get that resolved so that we can use it in the future. Because my feeling is that we're going to need it, basically, and that's all.
Okay, thank you. Director Griffin?
I agree with everything that has been said. The only thing I'd like to add is I would like to see our involvement with the Groundwater Authority become definitive, and either we're going to have a role that means something to this community or we're not, but we need to decide that because I don't feel our opinion is valued right now, and I want to see it valued. I want the community to know that we have the best intentions and we want what is best for this community as a district. And if we have to, whatever we need to do to get that out there so our ratepayers know that we're here to provide them the best service we can at the most affordable service and ensure that we're doing everything we can to benefit them.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Well said. You took the words out of my mouth. I'd like to make sure that this long-term operation strategy proceeds, and that I would like to see that anything that comes out of, we talked about the 4 or 5 pieces to it, that when you make assumptions or state some facts where the bottom line is going to affect our ratepayers, that we make sure that even if you don't have some full report, that those portions of it are able to come out publicly. And of course, you run it by Jim to be sure, but I just want to make sure that the public is well aware that we're looking at the long-term possible effects on our ratepayers for both supplying reliable water source as well as the cost of it. And I believe that committee, if they come out with pieces at a time, because we identified about maybe 4 things, that we ought to make sure that we get that into the public's eyes, because I think it's important that they understand where we're headed. Thank you.
Okay, and my only comment is I pledge to pay a little closer attention to the words on our agendas. I did not recognize the long-term operations strategy as the strategic planning effort that I suggested at the last workshop. So I did not come properly prepared to discuss. But what we will do, David and I will find some time in the next few weeks to try to get together once again. And perhaps maybe when George comes online, we'll meet again with him. But I'd like to get together while you're still here. It's going to make the schedule a little bit tough because I'm leaving tomorrow until the 10th, which doesn't leave us a whole lot of time to capture Dawn unless it's...
We could just go up and visit them.
That leaves the 11th.
We could just go up and visit you, can't we?
Exactly.
Yeah.
In any event, yeah, my apologies, but
Can I do one more comment real quick?
please.
And I just want to make a comment, is Don, I guess this is officially your last meeting, isn't it?
Last workshop.
Last workshop.
Last
And
Last meeting.
Last meeting.
Right.
And so thank you for your report and what the staff has put together there. I think it's very valuable, and we need to continue with that. Thank you.
You better get the other half of that column written. I would like to thank Chuck and Ron for bringing up the aspect of public knowledge and keeping them informed. I think the public relations is something we absolutely need to get a firm hold of, and so that the public knows and understands, like Chuck said. And Ron said, we're here for them. It's our job to work for them. We're doing the best we can. And we need to get that out to the public.
Okay, thanks for that. Not too sure what to do with the next one, prioritize project goals and develop action plans. I think we've got that as within the GM's plan here. He has priorities already assigned, and so unless I'm missing something there, we'll move on to item E. Any outstanding issues? Are there any last minute comments the board members would like to make before we break off into closed session?
I like the idea of chaining Don into his office. Can you lock that door, guys, and make sure he can't get out, and slip him a little food and every now and then?
There's a window, Ron. He can find a way out. He's clever.
Yeah. We'll miss you. We might come visit you a bunch.
You're welcome anytime.
Okay then, well, looks like it's about 12 minutes past 11. We'll break for closed session. How about we meet in, about 5 minutes be enough? Yeah, meet in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you're ready. Okay. Calling back in session. It's 20 minutes after 1. And I'm sorry. We do. I'm not done yet. Jim, would you like to make your
Sure.
statement?
The board met with staff and legal counsel in closed session. No action was taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act.
Okay, and with that, I would like to make a comment that we have successfully identified, interviewed, and made an offer that's been accepted for the new general manager, who will be reporting the 1st of September. More details at the next board meeting. Close meeting at 1:22. 1:21. Oh, I'm not looking at it over there.